Hey, I'm just popping in to add trivia or the polls,
Cool.
so don't mind me.
No, I'm just going to be using your face.
That's fine too. Checking on you. Make sure you're still working.
At a point where I am overthinking some of these things. Need to be working out something more important than perfecting the location of this anime logo. can do this.
Where are you getting those sound effects?
I have an app called Farego.
Okay.
We have a few.
Are you streaming them off a page, or are they like on your computer? Are they files on your computer? Or is it
Yeah, it's an app, and I can add more sounds to it. It just came with some in the can.
okay? Because like the drum roll, you can download the drum roll and then the da-da, at the end of the top 10 list from that link I just shared with you.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
There should be an option to download them if you want to add them.
Which ones are they? Oh, is this all the
Da-da,
ones you? Okay, this
da-da.
link you sent me is specifically to you. Da-da.
Can you see the
Download two
soundboard?
steps. Use extension. There, or just wait. Okay, I got that one. Drum roll one. Drum
Let's
roll
see, whichever
two.
one's the longest. I got a couple on there.
I only have 8 credits left.
Uh, yeah, download drumroll one is the longest one. So download drumroll one, and then you can finish it with the da-da. I think those are really the only two you need. Um, to give you a coaching moment,
Yeah.
um, the Letterman examples that I watched,
Uh-huh.
the drum roll comes in when Eric goes, and the number one reason for blah blah blah, and then Eddie says his thing, and after he finishes saying his very last headline, he finished with a ta-da, that sort of thing.
Okay, so
That
it's
is
Eddie reads it, and as soon as he's done reading it, and before Eric says anything, you do the drum roll.
it. No drum roll for all of the top 10 lists except for the final one. And then when Eric is announcing the number one, and Eric says, and the number one reason or nuclear headline coming, right when Eric's announcing the number one, you start the drum roll and you carry it through until Eddie finishes saying saying the headline. And then you finish it with the da-da.
Yeah, we may have to go over that again.
Okay. Hold on, I'll just show it to you.
So I think the drum roll has the da-da at the end already. Yeah, that audio clip has the da-da built into it at the end.
Oh, drum roll three. The problem is you can't time it. You won't be able to time it right. it might, if Eddie takes too long, it might hit that ta-da right in the middle of while he's saying it. So you almost have to click it manually separately.
Okay, so the drum roll 1 is just the drum and ends with a single beat, and there's a separate ta-da. So I could
Yes.
play the drum roll. And you want this playing while he's reading it?
Yeah. Like if you go to this link, I just sent you in Slack, Letterman, and you start at basically a minute and 53 seconds. You'll see how he does it.
The table.
Beck has beat the crap out of him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Alex Trebek, the #1 rejected Jeopardy category, Gap-Tooth Freaks.
So that's it, basically. And then you
I
end
didn't
with
see
the
what she's.
ta-da. So I was just trying to say you don't.
Game show. Yeah. #2, Guy's Eye, Alex Trebek. Has
Okay,
beat
so
the
it's a little drum roll to start.
Oh, there might be. Yeah. It's but basically the whole top 10 list. You don't do the drum roll.
Jeopardy category, Gap-Tooth Freaks.
But he
The
doesn't
drum
do it
roll
in
is,
this one, nor does he do the da-da.
well, I know, but that's, he does oftentimes do that. It's just that the scene cuts out right off.
#5, Canadian sex secret.
Okay, I'll try and figure something out.
All right. I'll shut up now and not worry about it too much. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. It's not a big deal. So,
Yeah, I'm getting nervous. I have about 4 to 6 hours of work to do here. So
yeah. All right. Should I bow out? Leave you be? And
no, I'm not going to worry about the sound effects right now.
Right, I get it. All right. Well, I got some more stuff to do too, so I'm just gonna bow out unless you need me.
Sure. No, I don't.
Cool.
Tomorrow morning we'll test your screen share.
Yep. And I'll probably be online here for at least another hour.
Okay.
So, all right. So
See you,
yeah.
bro.
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Hult.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandel.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around the world. Paintings, digital art, comic books, animations, videos, even sculptures. With stunning creativity, these artists demonstrated how nuclear energy inspires imagination.
Closer to home, we brought our famous banana stand to summer festivals across Minnesota. With the help of our new volunteers, we handed out over 7,000 pieces of our favorite radioactive fruit. That's over a ton of bananas, and it represents thousands of conversations about clean energy.
On the policy front, 2025 was a breakthrough year for state-level nuclear advocacy. We tracked over 100 bills across more than 30 states, providing support for many of them. 20 bills became law, including Indiana's SMR pilot program and Kentucky's $10 million nuclear development grant.
In Minnesota, we've made significant progress toward lifting our state's 30-year nuclear moratorium. I testified before both the Senate and House Energy Committees, and we've built a coalition of over 40 organizations.
In this process, we've brokered productive conversations with all sorts of stakeholders. This includes meeting with local Native leaders, where we've listened and learned about the complex history that tribes have with nuclear and about their desire for energy sovereignty.
Generation Atomic represented nuclear energy at COP30 in Brazil, the most important climate conversation of the year. This is our 9th year engaging with the UN climate process, bringing nuclear energy into these hallowed halls.
Through your support, we've also taken on incredible education initiatives. We helped bring Dr. Charlene Smith's Nuclear Engineering Bootcamp to Puerto Rico, where students learned about nuclear and even visited the retired bonus reactor. More boot camps are planned for 2026.
Our Vision Forward communication workshops continued to empower advocates. We worked with Constellation staff in Chicago, Baltimore, and Oswego, New York, helping over 300 participants craft their personal stories about why nuclear energy matters to them.
And speaking of stories, we helped bring Mike Connolly's book, The LNT Report, to the world, shattering many long-held narratives on radiation.
We're incredibly proud of our Atomic Ambassador graduates who are making a real impact, writing to legislators, publishing opinion pieces, and meeting with elected officials.
So here's the deal. With public support for nuclear power on the rise, we can't slow down. Now is the time for us to push harder to translate that goodwill into action, into building new nuclear power plants, into lifting moratorium, and to enacting real policy changes that can enable nuclear power to meet our energy goals.
We want to continue our international diplomacy and advocacy in international climate frameworks to ensure nuclear energy is represented as a true solution to climate change.
Next year, we want to expand our state-level and regulatory advocacy as crucial legislation moves forward across the country.
We want to reach even bigger audiences with the creative, engaging content that makes nuclear energy accessible to everyone.
And we want to bring back our fellowship program. Talented young people who learn about nuclear energy, produce excellent work, and then carry the nuclear story to new communities.
But we need your help to make this happen.
Every contribution, no matter the size, helps us expand this growing movement of advocates.
It enables us to influence the international stage.
It allows us to create content that reaches millions and changes minds.
My challenge to you, make a gift so we can continue inspiring hearts and minds about the incredible potential of nuclear energy. From all of us,
Thank you.
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Hult.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandell.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around the world.
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Hult.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandell.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Hult.
Gayatri Karnik.
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandell.
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025, we continue transforming the conversation about nuclear energy, reaching millions across our digital platforms with content that makes nuclear relatable and inspiring.
This year, we took nuclear energy global in ways we never imagined. We traveled to Vienna for the IAEA International Conference on Stakeholder Engagement, where we hosted the Nuclear Pop Art exhibition, transforming the iconic IAEA Rotunda. It was a celebration of how art can reshape nuclear's image in pop culture.
I moderated a packed panel with science communicators famous around the world. The energy in the room was electric, and people even started showing off their nuclear tattoos.
Our art contest drew nearly 500 submissions from around the world. Paintings, digital art, comic books, animations, videos, even sculptures. With stunning creativity, these artists demonstrated how nuclear energy inspires imagination.
Closer to home, we brought our famous banana stand to summer festivals across Minnesota. With the help of our new volunteers, we handed out over 7,000 pieces of our favorite radioactive fruit. That's over a ton of bananas, and it represents thousands of conversations about clean energy.
On the policy front, 2025 was a breakthrough year for state-level nuclear advocacy. We tracked over 100 bills across more than 30 states, providing support for many of them. 20 bills became law, including Indiana's SMR pilot program and Kentucky's $10 million nuclear development grant.
In Minnesota, we've made significant progress toward lifting our state's 30-year nuclear moratorium. Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Hult.
Gayatri
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Hult.
Gayatri Karnik,
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandel,
Rob Loveday.
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary.
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Hult.
Gayatri Karnik,
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandel,
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful for your support.
In 2025.
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Hult.
Gayatri Karnik,
Madison.
Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation Atomic.
I'm Mary Closer.
Philip Hult.
Gayatri Karnik,
Madison Schroeder.
Matt Meyer.
Kirsten Sandel,
Rob Loveday.
And we're thankful. Hey there, I'm Eric Meyer, founder and executive director of Generation.
Some breaking news here. A devastating 150.
Some breaking news here. A devastating 115-page report just dropped that exposes exactly what FBI agents really think about their director, Kash Patel. And look, I want to be clear about something from the jump. This isn't some partisan hit job from Democrats. This comes from an alliance of active duty and retired FBI agents and analysts, the same group that previously railed against the Biden Here's what actually happened, and I'm going to read directly word for word so that you can see the full breadth of what it looks like when a self-important podcaster is in charge of a law enforcement agency. Quote, according to Alpha 99, FBI Director Kash Patel arrived at the Provo Airport in Provo, Utah on September 11, 2025. Alpha 99 said that after his plane landed, FBI Director Kash Patel would not disembark from the plane without an FBI raid jacket. FBI Director Kash Patel apparently did not have his own FBI raid jacket with him and refused to step down from the plane without wearing one. Alpha 99 went on to say many FBI special agents and other FBI personnel were busy working in the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and that FBI personnel had to stop and ask around to find an FBI raid jacket, a medium-sized one that would fit FBI Director Kash Patel. Alpha 99 said that there were many large and extra-large FBI raid jackets available. Finally, according to Alpha 99, FBI personnel searching for a medium-sized FBI raid jacket that would fit FBI Director Kash Patel finally found one. That raid jacket, Alpha 99 said, belonged to one of the female FBI special agents. Alpha 99 said that the raid jacket belonging to the female FBI special agent was then delivered to FBI Director Kash Patel on the plane, but as he was inspecting the jacket, Director Patel noticed two areas on the upper sleeves near the shoulders that did not have Velcro patches attached. FBI Director Kash Patel then reportedly said he would not leave the aircraft until he had two patches to cover those areas. Members of the FBI SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics team, took patches off their uniforms and ran those patches over to FBI Director Kash Patel at the airport. The patches were then attached to the loaner FBI raid jacket, and FBI Director Kash Patel disembarked from the plane. So that we're clear, SWAT team trained federal agents who should be focused on national security had to literally rip patches off their own uniforms and run them to the airport so that the FBI director could have his Instagram moment. And all the while, the investigation into Kirk's killing was being delayed because Patel needed to make sure that he looked the part for the cameras. And perhaps most tellingly, Dan Bongino, the deputy FBI director, later called and apologized to an agent in charge of the Kirk investigation after Patel had berated him with an expletive-laden tirade over perceived blunders, saying that should never have happened. Even Bongino knows that Kash Patel is out of control. And by the way, this isn't my characterization. Patel reportedly did not make a positive impression on FBI personnel during that visit. Sources described him as in over his head with neither the breadth of experience nor the bearing an FBI director needs to be successful. One source who identified as a Trump supporter said Patel is not very good, maybe insecure, and lacks the requisite experience or the measured self-confidence to be FBI director. In fact, one source said both Patel and his deputy director Dan Bongino need to stop talking, stop posing, and just be professional. Which brings me to the broader point here, because this jacket incident is just a symptom of a much larger problem. Multiple sources in the report made it crystal clear what Patel and Bongino are really focused on. Agents said that they're, quote, spending too much time on social media and public relations and are too often concerned with building their own personal resumes. Another source complained about their unfortunate obsession with social media. One agent even said they often find out about FBI news first on social media rather than via internal communication. Think about that. FBI agents, the people actually doing the work, are learning about their own agency's operations from Kash Patel's Twitter feed instead of through proper channels. That's not leadership, that is influencer culture masquerading as federal law enforcement. But here's the thing. The FBI is not a content creation studio. It's not a platform for Kash Patel to build his brand. It is the nation's premier law enforcement agency tasked with protecting Americans from terrorism, espionage, and violent crimes. And when the director of the FBI is more concerned with getting the perfect shot for his next post than with actually doing the job, then it's the entire country that suffers the consequences of that. As for Dan Bongino, his deputy, sources described him as something of a clown and said they strongly believe that neither Bongino nor Patel had the experience to effectively deal with top-tier threats facing the country. In one particularly disturbing anecdote, several FBI agents were shocked when Bongino told personnel at a Western FBI office that the truth is for chumps. The deputy director of the FBI, an agency whose entire mission revolves around uncovering the truth, said the truth is for chumps. That tells you everything you need to know about what these guys value. I should note too, this report wasn't leaked to some left-wing outlet. This was obtained by Miranda Devine of the New York Post, who is a reliable Trump backer at a pro-Trump outlet. The fact that it was leaked to her specifically suggests that even Trump-friendly sources want this information out there. They want Donald Trump to see it. They want the public to see it, because the FBI, under Patel's leadership, has become such a disaster that even people who want him to succeed are waving red flags. And in fact, those red flags have resulted in some unfortunate consequences for Patel himself. Here's Congressman Jamie Raskin announcing a probe into yet another scandal that's plaguing the embattled FBI director regarding his use of the government's private jet. So it looks like Kash Patel's luck might have run out a little bit. Can you explain the new investigation that you and your committee have just launched into him?
Well, it's the oldest story in the book. He's just looting public funds for private use. So he's been using a government jet for personal flights and lavish vacations. He's been taking his girlfriend on overnight dates on a $60 million government jet that's supposed to be used for government purposes. He's done a Scottish golfing excursion with his buddies, again on a government jet. He's taken a trip to a luxury hunting retreat called unbelievably Boondoggle Ranch, which I think of as the name of the whole scandal. I mean, basically, the guy who was the least qualified FBI director in history and has utterly politicized the department and turned it into a weapon against Trump's political enemies is just abusing all of the privileges of the office for personal use.
The reality is that running the FBI is one of the most important jobs in America. It requires experience, judgment, and an ability to put the mission above personal ambition. What we're seeing with Kash Patel and Dan Bongino is the opposite of that. We are seeing two men who view the FBI as a vehicle for their own personal brands, who prioritize their social media presence over actual law enforcement, and who, when faced with a critical investigation, worry more about how they'll look in photos than about catching killers. The FBI deserves better. The American people deserve better. And if Donald Trump won't do anything about it, then Congress needs to step in and hold these guys accountable. Because the longer Kash Patel and Dan Bongino treat the FBI like their personal content studio, the more danger that all of us are in. Before you go, if you enjoyed this content and you want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we are now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices if they don't like critical coverage. That means my longevity here is in the hands of a few tech billionaires who are already making it clear that they are willing to cater to this administration. To that end, signing up for my newsletter is a way for me to reach you directly if that ever becomes necessary. I'll put the link right here on the screen as well, so please sign up. It's free, but there's also an option to do a paid subscription if you'd like to support me and my team. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, my name is Kevin Rogers. I'm one of the sock designers here at Grip 6, and I'm going to give you 10 reasons why purchasing a pair of Grip 6 socks will be one of the best decisions you'll ever make. Stick around to the end of the video for a discount code that'll make testing a pair of Grip 6 socks that much easier. First, our socks are made with American Rambouillet merino wool that is 100% sourced from the Rocky Mountains. That's why USA wool is knit into the bottom of every single sock we make. Second, we use only high-quality, fine micron wool to make our socks. That means our socks are soft, comfortable, and unlike the wool socks of previous generations, our socks are 100% itch-free. Third, wool wicks moisture better than any synthetic fiber on the market. That means our socks work to regulate your body temperature in both hot and cold environments, allowing your feet to stay dry and comfortable all year long. Fourth, our socks are designed with a proprietary foot-mapped contour terry. This sock has been turned inside out to demonstrate how the padding helps contour the foot in the areas you need it most. This helps alleviate pressure points and blisters while increasing comfort, wicking, and breathability. Fifth, all of our socks come with a ventilated toe box. That helps to release moisture in the area that your foot needs it most. Sixth, all of our socks have an instep flex panel, which allows the sock to bend at the ankle without bunching up under the tongue, which can be incredibly uncomfortable. Seventh, our zonal elastic is used where the foot needs it most. First, around the center of the foot for arch support. Next, our proprietary heel trap elastic locks the heel into place, which helps alleviate friction on the heel to further reduce the risk of blisters. And finally, on all models with a calf component, we use an anatomically designed graduated elastic above the ankle that keeps the sock from falling down while providing a degree of compression support to the lower leg. Eighth, in addition to the zonal elastic, the entire sock is knit onto a proprietary structure yarn that's made from a blend of nylon and lycra. This allows our socks to have a consistent glove-like fit day after day.
You're out of here! Scram! Take a hike! Get lost! Don't let the doorknob hit ya! That's what Judge Cameron Curry told Trump's insurance lawyer, Lindsay Halligan, only she said it nicer because she's a 77-year-old federal judge. She also said that the cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James were DOA, since Halligan was never lawfully appointed to hold the office of U.S. Attorney. Just weeks after the president celebrated the indictments of his mortal enemies, the cases disappeared in an embarrassing cloud of stinky smoke. Gosh, who could have seen that coming except viewers of this channel who have gotten a whole pile of videos explaining that this was inevitable. It is the least surprising November surprise ever, and the administration has reacted in the least surprising way ever.
Sure, we'll be taking all available legal action, including an immediate appeal to hold Letitia James and James Comey accountable for their unlawful conduct.
Yep, they're doubling down. Not gonna take no for an answer, no matter how many courts tell them that they have bungled the law. But what does all that mean? What happens next, and
this Black Friday, you can clean your retainer at the touch of a button. No more brushing or tablets. Over 4 years ago, our team of engineers knew there had to be a quicker.
what does that have to do with hats? In September, Trump pushed out Halligan's predecessor, Eric Siebert, and he wasn't subtle about the reason. The president was pissed that Siebert refused to indict Trump's enemies, former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, for crime TBD. He ordered Attorney General Bondi to appoint Lindsay Halligan, a Florida insurance lawyer who'd never prosecuted a case in her life, to lead one of the largest U.S. attorney's offices in the country. Halligan followed Trump from Florida to D.C., where she was appointed Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy, Special Assistant to the President, and Senior Associate Staff Secretary. On March 5th, Trump put out an executive order tasking her with de-wokeifying the Smithsonian so it would concentrate on the nice parts of American history and not so much on the icky stuff like slavery or the wholesale theft of land from indigenous people. On September 20th, Trump announced on Truth Social that Halligan was going to be the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, known to its friends as EDVA. Things went sideways fast, but first Halligan did what she was hired to do. On September 25th, just 5 days before the statute of limitations was due to run out, she walked into the grand jury all by herself and secured an indictment of James Comey for lying to Congress in 2020. And on October 9th, she got the indictment of Tish James for making false statements on a mortgage application in 2020. Mission accomplished, except almost immediately it became clear that there were major problems with these indictments, especially the Comey one. Some sort of way, Lindsay Halligan got 3 signed indictments out of 1 presentation to the grand jury, which is not a thing. Check out Anna's video about sitting in the courthouse watching the Comey case implode before her very eyes. But the biggest and most immediate challenge to Halligan's cases was that she was never legally appointed as U.S. Attorney in the first place. See, Congress says that U.S. attorneys have to be appointed with the advice and consent of the Senate. That is, the president has to nominate them and convince the Senate to vote to approve them. The procedure for temporarily filling a vacant U.S. attorney role is set out in 28 U.S.C. Section 546, which says that the Attorney General can appoint someone to fill the role on an interim basis for 120 days. After the interim appointment expires, the judges in that district can appoint someone to fill the role. Often the judges vote to keep the president's interim appointee on the job. That's what happened with Eric Siebert, who'd been a prosecutor in EDVA for 15 years. The judges there voted to keep him, and he could have stayed on that job forever without worrying about Senate confirmation. But judges were less impressed with some of Trump's other picks, like Alina Habba in the District of New Jersey. Habba is another of Trump's personal lawyers who had 0 prosecutorial experience when Trump tapped her to serve as U.S. Attorney. When her 120-day term expired, the judges in New Jersey passed her over in favor of a career prosecutor. That infuriated Bondi, who accused the judges of rebelling against the will of the president, which is wild. The judges have no obligation to bless the president's choices. So Bondi developed what I call the 3-hat dance to install Trump's cronies as U.S. attorneys without Senate confirmation. First, she takes advantage of the 120-day interim appointment under Section 546. That's hat 1. Then she appoints the crony as the first assistant U.S. attorney on the theory that the first assistant automatically gets promoted to the top job when the position becomes vacant. That buys another 200 days under a law called the Federal Vacancies Reform Act, Hat 2. And then, for good measure, she appoints the crony as a special attorney under 28 U.S.C. Section 515, the same law that was used to appoint special counsel Jack Smith. So there you go, 3 hats. And this weird dance has worked, kind of. I mean, it hasn't worked to keep the cronies in as U.S. attorney. In fact, judges in New Jersey, Nevada, and California have agreed that the president cannot get around Senate confirmation with successive interim appointments. Every single court has ruled that the president gets 1 120-day interim appointment, and that is it. But the first assistant still gets to run the office in the absence of a confirmed U.S. attorney, and most importantly, any case that the crony touches, it's still valid thanks to that second hat, which gives him or her a secondary source of prosecutorial authority. So when defendants moved to dismiss their cases because the other cronies weren't legally appointed, judges said, yes, that appointment is totally illegal, and also, tough luck, fella, because the other hats make the prosecution valid, which makes it even weirder that Bondi did not do that with Lindsay Halligan. Bondi appointed Halligan under Section 546 and called it a day. That is just 1 hat, and if you'll forgive the metaphor, it was a hat Trump had already given away in March to Eric Siebert, who used up Trump's 1 and only 120-day appointment. Why didn't Bondi give Halligan some other FVRA and special counsel hats? I don't know, man, but it seems to have dawned on her 6 weeks later that she had screwed up. On Halloween, Bondi signed this bizarre order claiming to retroactively appoint Halligan as special attorney under Section 515. Essentially, Bondi said that she was going back in time to September 22nd and putting another hat on Halligan. Alternatively, Bondi said she was ratifying what Halligan did back in September because she read all the papers and it was cool, so it didn't matter if Halligan had no legal authority to present a case to the grand jury. Bondi said a magic spell on Halloween and made it all okay.
If you don't understand the rules of power, you will certainly lose to someone who does. I'm going to teach you how to be more powerful, because power leads to success. Some of the things we're going to talk about having you do are going to make you feel uncomfortable. If you think hard work, loyalty, and waiting your turn will get you promoted, you're dead wrong. If you don't understand corporate politics, people less talented than you will take your promotion. Most people wait for permission, they wait for direction, they wait to be told what to do. Power favors those who move first. Attitudes follow behavior. So if you want to get rid of imposter syndrome, stop acting like an imposter. Don't resent power. Don't resent the people who have power. Master power. I'm Professor Jeffrey Pfeffer, and this is Masterclass.
Get up to 50% off today at masterclass.com.
This is heavy. It's warm. Loads of pockets. I'm impressed with it. This is the Bearskin. Bearskin tactical hoodie.
Thousands of men around the world already love wearing the bearskin hoodie instead of their regular hoodies. Why? Because sure, your average hoodie provides decent insulation to keep you warm. But as soon as you go outside, the wind blows, the rain pours, and you get cold. That's why we designed the new and improved Bearskin Hoodie 4.0 with improved windsolation technology on the waist, arms, and hood. Plus, now you can attach the new heavy storm rain jacket to the inside of the hoodie for an instant waterproof layer that blocks rain double time. Finally, a functional hoodie you can actually take outside.
You're seeing this video because we want to offer you 60% off the Bearskin 4.0 with free delivery. And you may not see this video again, so click below.
We are living in some very weird times, and so now is probably a good moment to wipe away all your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly easy to purchase by anybody online. But malicious actors cannot hurt you if they can't find you, and so you can fight back and take control of your private information by signing up for today's sponsor, Incogni. Incogni wipes your personal data from the internet by searching the web, reaching out to data brokers and websites directly on your behalf, and forcing them to remove your private information. If they resist, Incogni will take care of that too, because Incogni fights back. But what makes Incogni truly powerful in taking back control of your privacy is the custom removals feature. It allows you to flag an unlimited number of sites where your data is exposed, and you can even have Incogni's privacy experts review and tackle the most uncooperative data brokers and people search sites. I've been using Incogni for a while now, and in that time you can see I've been on hundreds of lists, some of which have had a high sensitivity score, meaning the broker had tons of data on me. Luckily, Incogni has completed hundreds of takedowns for me. I could never do this myself, so thank you to Incogni for weeks of work and adding me to over 40 suppression lists. And Incogni will continue to conduct ongoing removals because even if the broker removes your data once, select it and publish it again. So if online privacy is important to you, give Incogni a try. If you scan the code on screen or click on the link in the description, you'll get 60% off their annual unlimited plan, or try Incogni risk-free for 30 days. If you decide you want to keep it, you'll still get the 60% discount, so long as you use our code LEGALEAGLE, one word. So sign up for Incogni or we will see you in court. One of the first things Comey and James did after getting indicted was to file motions to dismiss their cases based on Halligan's unlawful appointment. They made all the arguments I just laid out, although they didn't describe them as hats, and they pointed to all the other judges in New Jersey, Nevada, and California who disqualified Trump's U.S. attorneys when they stayed on after their interim appointments expired. The Comey and James motions to dismiss were assigned to Judge Cameron McGowan Curry, a senior judge from South Carolina. One of the first things that Judge Curry did was to ask for the grand jury transcripts to determine the extent of the indictment signer's involvement in the grand jury proceedings. The indictment signer would be Lindsay Halligan. That was a bad sign for Halligan because it strongly suggested that Judge Curry had already determined that Halligan was unqualified and was trying to see if the presence of another lawfully appointed prosecutor might save those indictments. But no other lawyer the charges to the grand jury, and she was the only one who signed the indictments. And She did it all wearing one defective Section 546 hat. On November 25th, Judge Curry dismissed the charges against Comey and James. She said that Section 546 is unambiguous. A person appointed as United States Attorney may serve until the expiration of 120 days after the appointment by the Attorney General. Subsection D provides a single option for how subsequent interim appointments may be made. If an appointment expires under subsection C2, the district court, and only the district court, may appoint a United States attorney to serve until the vacancy is filled. Translation, Trump had one U.S. interim attorney hat to give away in the Eastern District of Virginia, and he gave it to Eric Siebert. He had no hat to give to Halligan, so she was never legally on the job. Judge Curry laughed at Bondi's attempt to retroactively jam a Section 515 hat on Halligan's head, since the government has identified no authority allowing the Attorney General to reach back in time and rewrite the terms of a past appointment. And the court said that the attempt to ratify the indictments post facto was DOA as well. Otherwise, the government could send any private citizen off the street, attorney or not, into the grand jury room to secure an indictment so long as the Attorney General gives her approval after the fact. That cannot be the law. Judge Curry ruled that all actions flowing from Ms. Halligan's defective appointment, including securing and signing Mr. Comey's indictment, constitute unlawful exercises of executive power and must be set aside. And since no legally serving lawyer participated in that grand jury process, the indictments were dismissed. But Comey and James didn't get everything they wanted. They both asked Judge Curry to dismiss their cases with prejudice. Cases dismissed with prejudice cannot be refiled. Comey and James said that Halligan's misconduct was so apparent that the court shouldn't let the government do it again. And here, Judge Curry said no. She dismissed both cases without prejudice, leaving the government free to go get another grand jury and re-indict Comey and James. Now, in a normal world, the DOJ would just shrug their shoulders and get back in front of another grand jury next week. It's actually kind of a gift. All those embarrassing screw-ups Halligan made before the grand jury get wiped away, and the DOJ gets to take a mulligan. This time, Bondi might even remember to give Halligan all the hats. But we are not in a normal world. Bondi is at war with the judiciary over the legality of those U.S. attorney appointments, and the DOJ has appeals pending at the 9th and 3rd Circuits. Plus, they're fighting off a motion in the Northern District of New York over the 3 hat appointments of a U.S. attorney named John Sarconi.
I thought this knife was a scam. My dad thought it was a $300 gift. I was this close to giving my dad a mug that says Grill Master, but then I saw this knife deal and thought, hold up, 4 premium knives for the price of 1? Sounded like a scam. Too good to be true. I mean, it even had a hole in the blade. I was ready to laugh. But hey, it was 70% off. Worst case, I send it back. It shows up 2 days later. I'm still expecting junk. Then I open it. And, okay, it looked legit. Heavy. Balanced. That finger hole? Kinda genius. First slice was through a tomato, like a laser. No squish. No drag. Just glided. Next up, steak. Frozen. Thick. Didn't even flinch. Herbs? Clean. Bones? No problem. I was like, this thing's not a joke. I pulled out my old $250 German set. Didn't even come close. This one knife felt sharper than all of them combined, and it's literally designed to replace an entire set. Turns out it's ice hardened at minus 148 degrees Fahrenheit.
Funny enough, that's a Tish James case too, since Sarconi is using his office to subpoena the state AG for documents from Trump's civil fraud prosecution. The point is that Bondi has to defend the 3 hat dance in Virginia, because if she concedes the point with respect to Halligan, it's going to totally undercut her cases everywhere else. So she's boxed in. She has no choice but to appeal the Comey and James losses instead of doing the logical thing and just getting in front of a different grand jury and indicting them again tomorrow. So now what? Well, the dismissal order wipes out all the pending motions, which is a huge bummer for me and Anna Bauer, because the magistrate judge said that in her grand jury presentation, Halligan made basic errors of law that would make a first-year law student die of embarrassment, and I was looking forward to seeing all that stuff come out. Instead, the government will appeal to the 4th Circuit, after which it will almost certainly head to the Supreme Court. I assume that the justices will agree to hear the case and will combine it with all the other disqualification cases, because that's the same issue. The Supreme Court will ultimately decide if Section 546 allows the president to hand out one 120-day interim appointment hat, or if he can keep naming a new person every 4 months. And obviously, it's a binary, right? Either the Supreme Court will say that the trial court judges were all wrong and the president can indeed make successive interim U.S. attorney appointments, or the justices will say that the trial courts got it right and Halligan and the rest of the three hatters were never legally appointed. So, okay, say the Supreme Court overturns Judge Curry and says Halligan's appointment was legal. The win for the government is that the Comey and James cases come roaring back to life, warts and all, which is great for me because then I'll get to see what kind of crazy stuff is in those grand jury transcripts. But it's kind of a monkey's paw for the government because they'll be stuck with those weak, defective cases put together by a prosecutor who didn't know what she was doing. But okay, say it goes the other way and the Supreme Court agrees with the trial judges that none of these U.S. attorneys were legally appointed. Okay, then the DOJ can go back and seek new indictments, maybe. Well, they can definitely do it with Tish James' indictment because she's charged with committing mortgage fraud in 2020, and that's got a 10-year statute of limitations, so no problem there. Whether they can indict Comey again is an open question. The reason that Halligan was such a hot hurry to indict Comey on September 25th was that the statute of limitations was about to expire on September 30th. That's why Trump pushed Siebert out, because that window to indict Comey was going to close. And okay, obviously we're now long past that date. But under 18 U.S.C. Section 3288, the government might still be able to recharge him. That law says whenever an indictment is dismissed for any reason after the statute of limitations has expired, a new indictment may be returned within 6 calendar months of the date of the dismissal, or in the event of an appeal, within 60 days of the date the dismissal of the indictment becomes final. So, the Justice Department's going to argue that this law gives them another crack at Comey whenever the appeal gets resolved. That's one of the reasons Comey's lawyers pushed so hard for Judge Curry to dismiss the case with prejudice. They argued that it would be manifestly unfair to allow the DOJ to use this patently illegal prosecution as a means to basically buy an extra 6 months on the statute of limitations. But judges are by their nature pretty cautious, and so Judge Curry dismissed without prejudice anyway, and now we're in a weird place. The question is basically, should the courts treat this dismissal like a normal dismissal, which would trigger this extension under 3288, or was this indictment void from the jump, and so it can't be the basis for an extension of the statute of limitations because it never existed? Obviously, the DOJ will say, hell yes, we get the 6 months to indict, and Comey will say, hell no, because the indictment didn't exist since Halligan had no authority to even walk into the grand jury room, so it can't be a vehicle to extend the statute of limitations, which does sound pretty logical, but that's going to be a question for the Fourth Circuit and probably the Supreme Court. Now, that assumes that someone could or would go back and try to indict Comey again. This case is exceptionally flimsy, and the magistrate judge strongly implied that Halligan was only able to get the jurors to return an indictment by playing fast and loose with the facts and the law. That caused mean lawyers on the internet, like me, to use words like attorney grievance commission and disbarment and ethical shitshow debacle. There is no guarantee that this indictment could be replicated if the government got another chance to take a crack at it. So it ain't over till it's over. But for the moment, it's over for Comey and James. Lindsay Halligan can go back to the White House for her important project of de-wokeifying the Smithsonian, which is probably for the best because it seems like this prosecutor thing wasn't really working out for her anyway.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front and your lawyers only get paid if you do to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
At the University of Minnesota Duluth, you'll find a different kind of classroom, where the natural world and the academic environment aren't separate spaces, but one organically balanced habitat. Here, the classroom extends outside a traditional campus, where daily encounters with the environment and community remind us that education is an act of exploration. Go boldly beyond the classroom at duluth.umn.edu.
Extra absorbent, even for your messiest meals. Vanity Fair napkins. Elevate every day.
It's hard to keep track of all of President Trump's criminality, illegality, and corruption. Donald Trump took office for the second time, already an adjudicated felon, fraudster, and sexual assaulter. But this video isn't about those crimes and offenses. This is only about what has happened so far in the last year. Because, I'll be honest, there's so much of it that it's hard to remember. And I guarantee that you've already forgotten half of it. So buckle up, because there's going to be a lot. And programming note, because of some questionable acts by the Supreme Court, if something was illegal or constitutional at the time Trump did it, we included it in the list. We start with January 17th, 2025, because the corruption of his second term started just before he took office. On the eve of his presidency, instead of divesting himself of his conflict of interest-ridden businesses, Trump launched World Liberty Financial and a bunch of valueless meme coins. This allowed him to take bribes, engage in secret deals, and further enrich himself, all outside of many of the ordinary financial regulations. In Trump's first term, lobbyists, foreign governments, and Republican organizations curried favor with Trump by spending money at his Washington, D.C. hotel. But this time around, it's likely many individuals skipped the middleman and put money directly in Trump's pocket by buying the assets of World Liberty Financial and its various crypto offerings. Reports are that using World Liberty Financial, Trump has enriched himself by as much as $5 billion while in office. And it gets worse. We'll come back to that later. Then we get to January 20th. On Trump's first day in office, a flurry of executive orders. Now, I'll remind you, executive orders are not law, but they can direct federal agencies to do or not do things where the executive has discretion. In some cases, the president had the power, so to speak, but the acts were illegal or corrupt. In others, the president had no such power at all. So starting things out on January 20th, Trump purported to eliminate birthright citizenship via executive order. This was a profound constitutional violation, particularly of the 14th Amendment and due process. Trump shut down asylum requests at the border, claiming that it was an invasion. This violated the INA and several other immigration-related statutes, as well as the Take Care Clause and separation of powers, since Congress had already created laws on this topic. Trump purported to rename the Gulf of Mexico. Mexico sued, claiming that he didn't have the power to rename an entire body of water, just the part in U.S. territories. Separate from the executive orders on January 20th, Trump pardoned the January 6th insurrectionists who had been criminally convicted by juries. Now, this may technically have been legal since the president can pardon people, but as I explained at the time, it shouldn't be. And dozens of these people had prior convictions or pending charges for crimes like rape, sexual abuse of a minor, domestic violence, manslaughter, production of child sexual abuse material, and drug trafficking. The Trump administration continues to intervene on behalf of the January 6th defendants. And of course, pardoning these traitors not only undermines the rule of law with respect to election integrity, but sends a message that if you commit a crime but you're on the president's team, that you'll simply not be subject to the same rules and laws as everybody else. But back to the executive orders on January 20th, Trump terminated federal employee telework agreements contrary to union agreements. Trump unilaterally withdrew from the World Health Organization, which violated international law. Trump sent the military to seal the borders. This was a violation of posse comitatus, which bars military engagement in civilian law enforcement activities. Trump reinstated the so-called Schedule F without going through any notice and comment process, potentially firing federal employees without going through the usual merit system protection process, a violation of the APA and civil service protections. Trump pulled security clearances from John Bolton and 50 other intelligence officials. This was an unlawful First Amendment retaliation and a violation of the APA and other federal regulations regarding security clearances.
We're not knocking front men. Someone's got to wear the suit and drive the sleigh. But without the ones putting in elbow grease behind the scenes, the show would never get off the ground. If you've got one of these folks on your list, we've got you covered. Treat them well, because their work is never done. Northern Tool and Equipment. Ho, ho, ho.
No college offers a degree in lifelong resilience, but I earned that before I ever stepped foot on campus.
Learn more at indigenouseveryday.com.
Trump unilaterally froze hiring in the government without any congressional authorization. Trump appointed Ed Martin to be the interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. Martin was entirely unqualified for the role. His only qualification was that he had promoted Trump's baseless stolen election claims. Martin went on to fire more than 24 prosecutors who had worked on the January 6th prosecution or the criminal investigation of Donald Trump, which was plainly retaliatory. Trump unilaterally paused the TikTok ban that had been passed by Congress and signed into law. Last time I checked, the president doesn't get to decide which laws to implement and which not to. Trump declared a legally dubious emergency at the southern border so he and Stephen Miller could carry out the plans to deport people en masse. This exceeded his legal authority and set the stage for a host of other legal violations. Trump rolled back a variety of energy-related regulations with no process in violation of the APA. He also froze all congressional funding to alternative energy projects in violation of the impoundments clause. Trump suspended the entry of refugees into the country in violation of the provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act and associated regulations. Going back to his greatest hits, Trump directed the construction of a border wall without congressional approval. This violated separation of powers and the spending clause. He terminated parole programs that had allowed immigrants to enter the country in special circumstances without congressional authorization or APA rulemaking. Trump reestablished the federal death penalty via executive order. He also directed the reconsideration of President Biden's grants of clemency, which is not a thing that you can do. Stick with me because we're only about halfway through the first day of the presidency on January 20th. Continuing on that day, Trump issued a memo making it easier for him to fire senior non-political leaders at government agencies. This was an effort to prioritize loyalty and fealty in violation of civil service protections and probably the First Amendment. Trump declared an energy emergency to get around regulations and laws. He even encouraged agencies to potentially use the Defense Production Act to do this. Trump shut down wind energy projects with no administrative process. Trump froze hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign aid. This was a violation of the Impoundment Control Act, the spending clause, and separation of powers. Trump directed the construction of detention centers without congressional authorization. That was also a violation of the spending clause. And he unilaterally paused funding for immigration-related services and organizations, which violated those organizations' due process rights, separation of powers, and the Impoundment Control Act and spending clause. Trump issued an executive order that authorized a travel ban without specifying which countries would be banned. And of course, Trump created or repurposed Doge. Headed up by Elon Musk, who had reams of conflicts of interest, Doge worked to illegally fire federal workers in violation of civil service protections. Doge also illegally accessed sensitive personal data of millions of Americans, created unauthorized information systems, illegally combined federal databases, and just generally created chaos. And at the end of the day, contrary to the public releases, saved the government and taxpayers virtually no money. Trump issued an executive order that strictly defined sex and gender. The executive order required federal workers to genuflect to that definition, possibly in violation of their First Amendment rights. He unilaterally changed the rules around gender designation on passports, a possible violation of the APA, and also potentially violating due process rights, especially for trans individuals. Of Congress's spending powers and an unlawful impoundment. Trump froze vaguely defined DEI-related contracts, another unlawful impoundment. He also liquidated federal DEI offices, yanked federal grants related to DEI, another unlawful impoundment, violation of the separation of powers, and First Amendment violation. Trump laid the groundwork to invoke the Alien Enemies Act against cartels like Tren de Aragua, likely ultra-virus because the act never contemplates the designation of non-state
on the Libby app. All you need is a library card and Libby, and you'll be reading while you walk the dog, fold the laundry, cut the grass, or drive across town. Download Libby and read anytime, anywhere on Libby for free.
How many more prosecutors' offices is Trump going to break while trying to get someone to dummy up indictments of his enemies? It's a Saturday night massacre every Saturday for the next 3+ years. Thanks, Chief Justice Roberts.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel: transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
Imagine a phone plan that finally makes sense, saving you money while giving you more freedom. At Tello Mobile, that's exactly what you get. Tello's unlimited phone plan now includes 50 gigabytes of high-speed data, 10 gigabytes of hotspot, and unlimited talk and text, all for just $25 a month.
Awesome.
Smart, fair, and simple. That's Tello Mobile. Dive into better wireless at tello.com.
Did you know judges get hate mail? They don't like to talk about it, but it's effective life for them. They know part of their job as unelected officials is receiving criticism over their rulings. The thing is, it's gotten worse in the past year. Since Donald Trump came into office in January, they've been getting a lot of hate mail. Death threats, anonymous pizza deliveries sent to their homes, swatting incidents, scary voicemails left at their offices, just for doing their jobs as judges. No matter if they're Republican appointees or Democratic appointees, young or old, the hate mail, and then some, just keeps on coming. And the ringleader of these attacks, many times, is the President of the United States. He's been doing this for a long time, mind you. Trump set the stage for this during the 2016 presidential campaign when he accused Judge Gonzalo Curiel of being biased because of his race.
He's a Mexican. We're building a wall between here and Mexico. The answer is, he is giving us very unfair rulings. He is his Mexican heritage, and he's very proud of it.
As the years have gone by, Trump's attacks have only gotten louder. He calls them names. He calls for their impeachment. He says they're biased or part of the radical left, whatever that means, just because they rule against him and his policies. And Trumpland, by which I mean the broader MAGA sphere that includes the president's fans and allies, they pile on with attacks on social media, in the press. The Speaker of the House has even threatened to eliminate federal courts to try to rein them in. It's a big problem. Even Congress is aware of it, approving more funding to provide increased security for judges. But it's not enough. Judges are getting fed up. They're speaking out. They're crying out for help. And they're seeking it from the one institution that could be doing so much more to have their backs: the United States Supreme Court. But the Supreme Court, whose very purpose to tell us what the law means, is refusing to do just that. The judges, in turn, are revolting. Among the judges to join the fray in this revolt of the judges, as I like to call it, is Judge William Young. He sits in the Federal District Court in Boston, Massachusetts. He's 84 years old, appointed by Ronald Reagan. He's still swinging. But before we get to Judge Young's latest ruling, and trust me, is a big one, let's back up. Because this guy, he's seen some things. And lately, he's been presiding over not one, but two cases that cut right to the heart of the First Amendment. Since the start of the second Trump administration, Judge Young has had front row seats to two huge constitutional battles over cutting life-saving biomedical research, and another over arresting and deporting pro-Palestinian student advocates. The legal issues are a little different in each case, but in both, the same question looms. Can the government punish people for views and ideas they hold dear? You might remember the names: Mahmoud Khalil, Rumeza Astor, Mohsen Magdawi. Students were literally abducted off the street by ICE. Their crime? Expressing opinions about the war in Gaza. The arrest sent a chill through college campuses. Students pulled back from social media, stopped showing up to events. Some even dropped out of projects because they were afraid to be seen. The question everyone whispered was, will I be next? That's obviously a shocking and un-American violation of the First Amendment. The government simply cannot punish anyone for merely expressing their views on a hot topic. The Supreme Court settled this question a long time ago in a case known as Bridges v. Wixon. Non-citizens have the same right to free speech as American citizens. The government may not deport them on the basis of their protected expression. And thanks to a handful of brave judges who applied that principle, those students are free today. But Judge Young's case, that wasn't about a few individual arrests. His case had a much bigger question: whether the Trump administration had created a systemic policy of targeting and deporting dissenters. The plaintiffs in the case called it an ideological deportation policy. That's not hyperbole. We all saw the videos. ICE vans pulling up, students grabbed in broad daylight, all around the same time. A friend of mine who grew up in a country ruled by a dictator, by the way, I did too, watched those clips and said, "Christian, I can't believe this is happening here in America." And honestly, neither could I. Well, it is. And Judge Young, early on, made an unusual decision to hold a trial over this policy. That's not common, which means the case now would not be decided just on legal briefs and memos, but actually there'd be discovery, reams of evidence, depositions, interrogatories. People would be put under oath and on the stand to testify about what they knew about how this policy came to be. Judge Young wanted answers. Who ordered this? When? Why? I won't drag you through every twist and turn of the 2-week trial. I covered that in detail over here. But trust me, it was anything but boring. I was all over it. We rarely get an insider's look at how the federal government makes policy. In this trial, we'll learn how Marco Rubio came to sign off on the deportations of these protesters himself, and how those orders then trickled down to others down the chain of command. All of this was done in our names. Our taxes pay for this. And the government is still fighting tooth and nail to imprison and deport these students. Just the other day, in fact, they were in court to try to get Mahmoud Khalil re-imprisoned. The policy, in other words, remains very much in effect. The Trump administration is not giving up on it.
Hey Christian, sorry to interrupt, but if the breakdown of the justice system has you concerned about downstream consequences, now's probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly easy to purchase by anyone online. But you can fight back and take control of your private information by signing up for today's sponsor, Incogni. Because Incogni wipes your personal data from the internet by searching the internet, reaching out to data brokers and websites directly on your behalf, and forcing them to remove your private information. If they resist, Incogni will take care of that too, because Incogni fights back. But what makes Incogni truly powerful in taking back control of your privacy is the custom removals feature. It allows you to flag an unlimited number of sites where your data is exposed, and you can even have Incogni's privacy experts review and tackle the most uncooperative data brokers and people's search sites. I've been using Incogni for years now, and in that time you can see I've been in hundreds of lists, some of which had a high sensitivity score, meaning the broker had tons of data on me. Luckily, Incogni has completed hundreds of takedowns for me during this time. Now, I could never do this myself, so thank you to Incogni for saving me weeks worth of work and adding me to over 40 suppression lists. And Incogni will continue to conduct ongoing removals because even if the broker removes your data once, they can always collect it and publish it again. But if online privacy is important to you, give Incogni a try. If you scan the code on screen or click on the link in the description, you get 60% off their annual unlimited plan. Or try Incogni risk-free for 30 days, and if you do decide to keep it, you'll still get the 60% off discount so long as you use my code LegalEagle, all one word, at checkout. So sign up for Incogni or I'll see you in court.
But Judge Young had other ideas. The trial ended in July, and his ruling came out last month. Now, I've read hundreds, maybe thousands of legal opinions in my lifetime. I don't recommend it. But I've never seen anything like what Judge Young did in AUP versus Rubio, the name of this case. For one, he began the ruling by reproducing the handwritten text of a postcard he received in June. Now, I'm not sure if this counts as hate mail, but it surely reads oddly threatening. You need to see this. The note says, "Trump has pardons and tanks. What do you have? Dear Mr. or Miss Anonymous, alone, I have nothing but my sense of duty. Together, we, the people of the United States, you and me, have our magnificent Constitution. Here's how that works out in a specific case, ... And from there on out, the legal opinion begins. And it reads like a tour de force, a full-throated defense of the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and how its principles apply to citizens and non-citizens alike. Judge Young pulled no punches. He went all in. Quote, having carefully considered the entirety of the record, this court finds by clear and convincing evidence that the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, together with the subordinate officials and agents of each of them, deliberately and with purposeful aforethought, that so concert their actions and those of their two departments intentionally to chill the rights to freedom of speech and to peacefully assemble of the non-citizen plaintiffs, members of the plaintiff associations, end quote. This conduct violated the First Amendment. Noem and Rubio intentionally and in concert acted in, quote, a viewpoint discriminatory way to chill protected speech, end quote. Now, when you get deep into the ruling, there's a part Judge Young calls inferences from the factual record. He may not have direct evidence of what he's about to point out, but he can wisely conclude that that's what's happening in reality. He says that maybe there wasn't a formal ideological deportation policy. That's way too obvious. He writes, rather, the intent of the secretaries was more invidious, to target a few for speaking out and then use the full rigor of the Immigration and Nationality Act in ways that it had never been used before, to have them publicly deported with the goal of tamping down pro-Palestinian student protests and terrorizing similarly situated non-citizen and other pro-Palestinians into silence because their views were unwelcome. From here then comes this extraordinary observation. The president may not have authorized this operation or even known about it, but once it was in play, the president wholeheartedly supported it, making many individual case-specific comments, some quite cruel, that demonstrate he has been fully briefed. Such conduct, of course, violates his sacred oath to faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and to the best of his ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. In other words, Judge Young is saying that Donald Trump's cheerleading for the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil and others, in clear violation of the First Amendment, amounted to impeachable conduct, that the president violated his oath of office. That's remarkable as far as court opinions go. Now, don't get any ideas. Judges cannot refer officials for impeachment proceedings. That's Congress's job, if we had a functioning one. The judge also dedicates a whole section to the issue of ICE agents masking up to conceal their identity. An issue that came up during the trial. ICE goes masked for a single reason, to terrorize Americans into quiescence. Small wonder ICE often seems to need our respected military to guard them as they go about implementing our immigration laws. By the way, he's talking about the militarizing of our cities these days. It should be noted that our troops do not ordinarily wear masks. Can you imagine a masked Marine? It is a matter of honor, and honor still matters. To us, masks are associated with cowardly desperados and the despised Ku Klux Klan. In all our history, we have never tolerated an armed, masked secret police. Wow. Fighting words. Carrying on in this fashion, ICE brings indelible obloquy to this administration and everyone who works in it. I just learned a new word, by the way, obloquy. And that means strong public backlash. Judge Young ends his opinion with something of a challenge, an open question to all of us. I fear President Trump believes the American people are so divided that today they will not stand, fight for, and defend our most precious constitutional values so long as they are lulled into thinking their own personal interests are not affected. Is he correct? At the bottom of the opinion, he signed off with a note to Mr. or Miss Anonymous, and it says, I hope you found this helpful. Thanks for writing. It shows you care. You should. Sincerely and respectfully, Bill Young. Then he adds a P.S. He invites them to the courthouse to come and watch a trial, and, he just takes a moment to invite civic participation. What a guy. Judge Young is only one judge among hundreds in the federal judiciary, and his 161-page opinion is an outlier. How so? Because he actually held a trial, something judges rarely do, especially when it comes to the Trump-era policies and the politics of this moment. But the fact that he held a trial at all, that's an act of resistance. It's an act of truth-telling. At trial, you deal in facts. You need real, admissible evidence. You can put witnesses under oath, cross-examine them, expose contradictions. Reality matters. And then once all the evidence is in, you apply the law to the facts and then make a ruling that will restore the status quo and make the plaintiffs whole. During the second Trump administration, a lot of judges haven't been able to get to the whole truth behind today's lawlessness because judges don't have the luxury of holding trials. Why? Because things are moving too fast. When a new executive order drops on a Friday night and people start getting detained Saturday morning, remember the travel ban? That's exactly what happened. There's no time for months of discovery or weeks of testimony. These cases come in emergencies, midnight filings, emergency motions, appeals by dawn. Judges have to act on the fly, often with just affidavits and a few hours of argument. So instead of slow, deliberate trials, they're ruling on temporary restraining orders and preliminary injunctions, the legal equivalent of triage. Their job becomes stopping the bleeding first, figuring out the rest later. And there's been plenty of bleeding to stop these days. When you have the President of the United States deploying the military during peacetime in Democratic-led states and cities, I've written about that, by the way, when his agents are rounding up people without reasonable suspicion, simply because of how they look, the language they speak, or where they work, I've also written about that, or when his subordinates are smashing and grabbing things, ignoring laws, disregarding Congress, dismantling agencies, withholding funding, threatening universities, disappearing people without due process, the list goes on and on and on. In the face of all of this, judges need to act quickly. And they have. Whether they're Republican or Democratic appointees, these judges are ruling overwhelmingly against the Trump administration. By one count, between May and September, federal district judges ruled against the federal government 94.3% of the time. That's a staggering number. A couple of weekends ago, moving quickly and in a matter of days, a federal judge in Oregon, whom Trump himself appointed, issued a stinging rebuke against his attempt to federalize the National Guard in that state. She found this gambit violated federal law and the 10th Amendment. She wrote, because the president is federalizing the Oregon National Guard, absent constitutional authority, his actions undermine the sovereign interest of Oregon as protected by the 10th Amendment. Oregon has a 10th Amendment power to control its National Guard to the extent it's not cabined by the militia clause. And as discussed above, defendants have acted outside the scope of their constitutional authority conferred by Congress. Put another way, the judge added, defendants interfere with the constitutional balance of power between the federal and state governments by federalizing state National Guardsmen for federal service when no statutory or constitutional authority permitted their federalization. One thing I like about this opinion is related to a point I made a few moments ago. Judges deal in facts and reality, and here, the judge in Oregon found that the president's determination that he needed to federalize the National Guard was simply untethered to the facts. Untethered. Federal district judges, more than any other actor in the court system, are the closest to the facts on the ground. What's true and what isn't, how real people and institutions are being injured, and whether the law can remedy those injuries. In a sense, they're meaning makers, especially at a time when there's so much misinformation and disinformation, sometimes by the government itself. The president wants you to believe that Oregon is burning to the ground.
Every time I look at that place, the place is burning down. There's fires all over the place.
But what he posts on Truth Social is not evidence, and judges don't have to accept that. They must act quickly in the face of quickly evolving circumstances. If they issue a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction, it's because, in their judgment, that's the best way to quickly prevent more harm, what the law calls irreparable harm. That's harm that you cannot unwind if you take too long, say by holding a trial or letting the litigation play out in the normal course. Yet the work of these judges is being stymied. In some of the most consequential cases these days, their work is being disrespected and ignored, not by elected leaders who are calling them radicals or by people who are calling for their impeachment. No, the biggest thorn in their side is the Supreme Court of the United States. That's right, the highest court in this country, the one farthest from the facts on the ground and closest to where power lies in Washington, is freezing the work of these lower court judges. And they're doing so at an alarming rate. You could say the Supreme Court is at war with the very judiciary. Remember what I said about 94.3% of judges ruling against the administration between May and September? Well, according to one analysis, the Supreme Court has flipped those numbers, blocking the work of lower court judges 93.7% of the time. That's a staggering figure. Worse yet, the Supreme Court is doing this on the so-called shadow docket, which has exploded during the Trump administration. This is the part of the court's lineup of cases that receive lightning-fast briefing, no oral argument, and where the justices are expected to act very quickly because the Trump administration insists they do so. This is how Justice Elena Kagan recently described the shadow docket in a ruling where the Supreme Court let Donald Trump withhold $4 billion in foreign aid that Congress had already approved and that was set to expire at the end of September. Kagan wrote, "Per usual, on our emergency docket, we have had to consider this application on a short fuse, less than 3 weeks. We have done so with scant briefing, no oral argument, and no opportunity to deliberate and conference. They're not even seeing each other face to face." In another case a week earlier, in which the Supreme Court all but overruled 90 years of precedent, Kagan pulled no punches about what the majority was doing with the shadow docket. Quote, "Our emergency docket should never be used, as it has been this year, to permit what our own precedent bars. Still more, it should not be used, as it also has been, to transfer government authority from Congress to the president, and thus to reshape the nation's separation of powers. This is an affront to the rule of law and our democratic institutions. And that's because one basic function of the Supreme Court is to establish what the law is. But the stream of orders coming down the shadow docket aren't law in the traditional sense. They're short. They're rarely explained by the justices. And they don't explain why they're ruling the way they are. So they leave lower court judges in the dark about how to rule in future cases. In a remarkable NBC News report last month, 12 federal judges appointed by presidents of both parties, including Trump, vented their frustrations with the Supreme Court for making their jobs harder. Quote, "They don't have our backs," one of them said. Another said the justices are undermining
We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants. We are here projecting a few slogans on the cooling tower behind me.
And why are we doing this? Because we just lost another reactor. We had 7 reactors, we still have them actually. It's just a matter of turning them back on. So we're asking our government and also ENGIE to reconsider all nuclear phase-outs because we need clean, abundant energy.
Don't shut down nuclear and save all 7 Belgian nuclear power plants.